This video is a walkthrough for creating all the screens for a complete React Native login system from scratch. We will create custom reusable components to make the process as fast and as easy as possible. I'm assuming you have React Native set up on your computer already, either using Expo or regular React Native CLI. If you don't, we have set up videos on the channel and I'll put the links in the description. Our journey starts on the command line, so we open a command line tool and create a new app. On the command line, we make use of the cd command to change directory to the location where we want to create our app. Now I'll be using Expo in this video, so I'll make use of Expo init to create the new app. For the template, I'll select the blank one. This might take a while to complete, and you can always pause the video and continue when it is done on your end. With the app creation complete, I want to install a few initial packages that we will need. The first one is Formic and the other one is Styled Components. We will use Formic to handle our form inputs and we'll make use of Styled Components to style our components. So we change directory into our new project and use Expo install for the packages. If you are using the regular React Native CLI, you can use yarn or npm for this. When the installation completes, we want to open our work in the code editor. I'll use VS Code in this tutorial, so I can make use of the code.command to open it. With that open, we can start the app on the command line using Expo start. When the Metro server starts, you can press on D to open this in a browser. This will give us the option to be able to run it on an emulator. Otherwise, you can just scan the code and open it on your Android device. This is all covered in the setup videos in the description. Changing the connection to local, I can run it on an emulator. With the app opened, we start our work in the app.js file. In the file, we get rid of the styles and everything, leaving only the status bar. For the status bar, we'll just leave it in a fragment. The fragment is just the angle brackets. For the status bar, we'll change the style to light, since the color of our work will mostly be dark. Now in the project directory, we create a directory for screens. This will house all the screens in our project. So I'll just right click and choose new folder. And give it the name screens. Now in this directory, the first file we'll create is login. This will be for our login screen. Now in the app.js, we import this login file. So the path for this will be the screens directory and the login file. Now we can put this login below the status bar. This will cause an error to be displayed, but don't worry about it. It will take care of itself as we progress. Back in the login file, we'll create a login component. So we import React and create a simple function for login. Using the arrow function makes it simple and nice. In this, we'll return a fragment for now. Once we are done, we export login as the default of the file. Good. Now this login file will make use of components, that is the items that will be on the login page. So we create a directory and call it components for those things. So once again in the root directory, we'll create another folder for components. In this directory, the first thing we'll create is a colors file. This file will contain an object of all the colors that we want to use in our project. We define them here once so that we don't need to define the colors again. These are colors that I've defined already, so I'll copy and paste them here. These are all the colors, so if you want to have the exact same result, you can pause the video at this point and create all the properties for these colors. With the colors out of the way, we'll create another component file and call it shared.js. As the name implies, this will contain a few properties that will be shared among all our components. The first thing is the height of our status bar. That is the bar that is always on top of our app when it is open. We change the style to light, so we are not going to see it here. So to get that value, we import constants from Expo constants. If you are using regular React Native, you need to install Expo constants for this. For the value, we export it and target the status bar height property of constants. We also need the actual width and height of our screen, and for that, we'll get it from dimensions from React Native. React Native, not React Native Web. This will be similar to the status bar height, so we copy and paste it twice. We change the second one to screen width. And for the value, we make use of dimensions. On dimensions, we call the get method and pass the screen as an argument. On the result, we target the width property. This should do it for the width. So we can actually just copy and paste this and change the value to height. So we paste this and get rid of the last one. So this will be screen height. And for the property, we'll change it to height. Now we are all set for the shared file. Now the next component on our list is a container. But for this, we might have more than one containers in our project. So we create a directory inside the components directory for containers. Good. So the first container will be our main container. Inside this container, we'll need a component. So let's copy the contents of our login file and paste it here. So we change the name of the component and the export to main container. You can select them both using the Ctrl+D command. Now we bring in the styled components package that we installed. Because we are working with React Native, we target the native version of styled components. So we add a / and native. In addition to this, we bring in our status bar height from our shared file. Also, we need some colors here, so we bring in colors. In this file, we only need our primary color, so we can just destructure it from the colors. Now using the styled component, we create a styled view. Now for the properties, we'll give it a flex of 1 and also a padding of 25 pixels. Now there is a chance that the content in our container will be covered up by the status bar. So for the top, we'll add some more padding and make use of the status bar height that we imported. So we add a padding top property. Now to be safe, we can add some extra 30 pixels. We need the unit at the end as well. Now for the background color, we assign the primary color to it. With that done, we make use of the styled view in the container. So we can copy the name and paste it here. Now to be able to use the container, we need to accept some children. That is all the elements that will be passed to this container when we are using it. So we take in the props parameter. Now in between the styled view, we put the children property. Also, you might receive some extra styling when using this component, so we spread the props on the styled view itself. With that done, this component is ready to be used. So we can go to our login file and use this component. So back in the login file, we import our main container. We can label this as custom component. Now use the main container in the component and refresh the app due to the error. Now the error cleared itself after returning the main container. If yours persists or you still see the white screen, you can just quit the server and start it again using the Expo start. Now for the next step, we want to create another container and call it keyboard avoiding container. What this container will do is that we'll wrap it around our input fields and it will ensure that when the keyboard comes up, it will never cover an input field. Now in this file, we need to make another component setup, so we can go to the main container and copy the content. Back in the keyboard avoiding container, we paste the content and then we change the name of the component and the export to keyboard avoiding container. To implement this component, let's import a few components from React Native. The first one on our list is keyboard avoiding view. We import keyboard, scroll view, pressable, and then platform, all from React Native. Now we don't need the styled components here, so we can get rid of them. Inside the component, the first thing we want to return is the keyboard avoiding view. So we can copy it and replace the component with it. We can also get rid of the props and the children as well. This will have multiple children, so we wrap this in a parenthesis. Yeah, just like so. Now to the keyboard avoiding view, we want to pass a few properties. The first one is style. You want to give this a flex of 1 and also a background color. For the background color, we always want to maintain the color of our main container, so we make this background color transparent. The next property on our list is behavior. This will control how the keyboard avoiding view will behave in order to ensure that the input fields are not covered by the keyboard. For this, there are some predefined values that you can pass to it. On iOS, it is preferred to use padding, and on Android, it is preferred to use height. So to be able to tell which one to apply at any given time, we need to check for the OS, and that is why we brought in the platform from React Native. So using the platform, we target the OS property. First, we check if the OS is iOS. If that is true, we want to return padding. Otherwise, we want to return height. Next, we want to pass a keyboard vertical offset. This value will determine the minimum value of how far away we want the keyboard to be from the input fields. So for this, I'll use 60 pixels just to be safe. Inside the keyboard avoiding view, we want to put our scroll view. For the scroll view as well, we'll pass it one property, and this will be shows vertical scroll indicator. For this, we want to set the value to false. Otherwise, when we use this component, there will be a vertical scroll bar whenever we need to scroll our page. Now inside the scroll view, we'll make use of the pressable. The pressable will enable us to press anywhere on our page and cause an action to be triggered. In this case, when we press anywhere on the page, we want to dismiss our keyboard. So that will be done in the onPress property. So for the function, we'll call the keyboard and target the dismiss property. Just calling the dismiss will do. You don't need to attach any parentheses to it. Now for the content of the pressable, we'll put the children of our component. So this will be the props.children. This is all we need to do for the keyboard avoiding container. So we go back to the login file and import the keyboard avoiding container. In the login file, just below the main container, we make the import. Now we put this container inside the main container. we get an error that you cannot find the variable iOS. I think I forgot to make the iOS a string in the keyboard avoiding container. So let's go back and do that. Yes, the iOS here is supposed to be a string. So we wrap it in quotes. Good. So we can go back to our login file once again. Now the next thing we want to do is to display some text on the login page. So for that, we need to create some text component. So under the components directory, we'll create another directory for text. Once again, text because we might have more than one text component. For the start, we want to create 3 text components. The first one being a small text. So we create a small text file under the text directory. In this file, once again, we need to set up a component. So we can copy the content of our main container once again. Over here, we paste the content and we change the name of the component. Now let's make some changes starting from the top. The first thing is that we will not need the status bar height over here. So we can get rid of this. And also, the color that we need here is the tertiary color and not the primary. So we change the primary to tertiary. Now for the styled view over here, we will not need that. We will need the text instead. So we change it to styled text. And over here, we target a text component instead. Now we don't need any of the properties over here, so we get rid of all of them. Now the first property that we need is a font size. So we put a font size. And for the small text, our font size will be 13 pixels. After that, we need the color, and we'll set the color to the tertiary color that we've brought in here. After that, we want to align the text to the left for the small text. So we set text align to left. Now inside the small text component, we return the styled text instead. So we copy the styled text and replace the styled view with it. Ctrl+D will select both at the same time. And that's all we need to do for the small text. Now we move to the regular size text, and for this, we'll create another file and call it regular text. Since this is another text, it will be very similar to the small text, so we just copy the content of the small text. Over here, we change the name of the component again. And we need to change the export to at the same time. The other things we need to change here are the font size and the text align. For the font size, we'll change it to 15 for the regular text. And for the text align, we want to change it to the center. That should do it for the regular text. Now we'll create another component for the big text. And once again, this will be very similar to what we've done. So we copy the content of the regular text. And then inside the big text, we paste it. We start by changing the name of the component. Change the value to big text. For our big text, we want to change the font size to 30 pixels. And that's all we need to do for the big text. Now let's go back to the login file and use some of our text. Over here, we bring in the regular text component. And in the keyboard avoiding container, we make use of the regular text. For the value, we will put enter your account credentials. I actually prefer my text to be on the left for most of the cases. So let's go back to the text component and change the alignment to the left. So we go to the regular text and change the alignment to the left. And we'll do the same for the big text component. Now back on the login page, we give our regular text some margin at the bottom. And the value will be 25. With that done, we move on to the text input component. So for this, we go back to our components directory and create one for inputs. In this directory, the first one we'll create is the styled text input. In this file, just like we've been doing for all the other components, let's copy the content of the main container and paste it here. And then we change the name of the component to style text input. Now for this component, instead of the styled view that we have over here, we want to return a regular view from React Native. So we import that from React Native. Having that, we replace the return value over here. Now for the styled components, the first one we want to create is the actual text input. So we change the styled view here to input field. And for the actual component to be text input. Now we get rid of the flex property here and also the padding top property. Also I want to bring the background color as the first property. The value of the padding will be 15 pixels. Also when we implement it, we want to put some icons at the left of the text value. So because of that, we increase the padding at the left side. Also for password input fields, we want to put an eye icon on the right side. So because of that, we increase the padding at the right as well. Now we want the input fields to have rounded corners, so we give it a border radius. For the font size of the text in the input field, we want to set it to 16 pixels. Now for the height of the input field as well, we want to set it to 60 pixels. At the top of the input field, we want to give it a margin of 3 pixels. And at the bottom, we want to give it a lot more margin and set the value to 10 pixels. After that, we set the color of the text in the input field to our tertiary color. But this color is not here, so we add it to the colors imported. Now we want to give it a border color and a border width. So for the color, we'll set it to our secondary color. And once again, it's not here, so we bring it in first. And for the width, we set it to 2 pixels. Now to be able to monitor the progress of what we are doing, let's put the input field in the view here and use it on the login page. So we copy the input field and put it in the view. So back on the login page, we import our styled input field. Right below the regular text, we want to put this here. Now actually when we are using the input field, we wrap it in a formic component, but let's complete the component and come back to handle that. Now back in the styled text input, we'll create another styled component for our left icon. The icon that I said will be on the left side of the input field. For this, it will be a view. The first property that we'll give it is the position property, and we'll set the value to absolute. After that, we want to position it to be 35 pixels from the top. Also from the left, we want to position it to be 15 pixels. Now we want this to always be at the top, so we give it a z-index value of 1. Now at the right side of the icon, just before our text starts, we want to put a border over there. So for that, we give it a border right width of 2 pixels. For the color of the border, we'll set it to our secondary color. Now at the right side of the icon, we want to put some padding so that the border that we just created will stand out. So for that, we give it a padding right of 10 pixels. With that done, we can use the left icon in the view. Now for the actual icon that will be displayed, we want to make use of the material community icons, and we'll get that from Expo vector icons. If you are using regular React Native, there is a package known as React Native vector icons, which you can get it from. So inside the left icon, we'll put this here. Now this will take a few properties, the first one being the name of the icon. But for the name of the icon, since we want this to be really reusable, we'll take it as a property to the style text input. So for that, we'll call it icon and we'll extract it from the properties. So we can get rid of the properties here and extract the icon from it. Now we'll pass the icon to the name property of the icon pack. Secondly, the icon will need a size and we'll set it to 30. After that, we need to give the icon a color and we'll set the color to our accent color. And for this, we will get it from our colors, so let's bring it in. And this status bar height property here will never be used, so let's clear it. Now in addition to the icon we have over here, we want to display a label for the input field at the top on the left. So for that, to make use of our small text component that we've created already. So let's import our small text. So just below the left icon, we'll put our small text. And for the value, we want to get it from the label property, so we extract it from our properties. and then we can pass the label to the small text. We are not done with this yet, but let's pass some properties to the text input to see how it is shaping up. So back on the login page, we want to pass some properties. The first one will be a label, and we'll pass it a value of email address. Also, we can pass it an icon, and the name of the icon we want is email variant. Now for the complete directory of the icons that you can use, you can search for Expo vector icons. So let me quickly demonstrate that. On the first link that comes up, you can click on it. And this will give you a whole list of all the icons that are available in the Expo vector icons. So for the particular one we are using, which is the material community icons, you can come to filter and then check on the box over here to select material community icons. Now all the icons that will be displayed will be material community icons. And the one that I use right now, which is the email variant, can be found over here. Now let's go back to our code. Now let's give it a placeholder value and also a keyboard type. And this will be a random email address. We are not seeing the placeholder yet, but we'll work on it. Also, the keyboard type will be email address. Now let's continue the work in the style text input component. Now in addition to the icon and label properties, we want to take in all other properties into the props value. So we'll spread the props over here. Now we'll take the props once again and spread it on the input field. This will give us a first look at our placeholder value. Now we'll change the color of our placeholder text to light gray. For this, we don't have it imported, so we add it to our colors. And as you can see, our application closed, so we can start it once again. It is over here in the recently opened. Good, we have the color for our placeholder text. Now when an input field is selected, just like what I've done here, we want to change the styling of the input field. In our situation, we want to change the background color. So to do that, we need some form of state which changes whenever our input is selected. So first of all, we'll bring in our useState hook from React. Using the hook, we go to our style text input component and create a state for input background color. For the initial value, we'll set it to the value of the background of our input field. And if we look up here, the value is primary. So we set the initial value to primary. Now using the style property on the input field, we'll set the background color to the input background color over here. This should be in double brackets. And in addition to this, we want to spread any other style properties that we may receive from the props. To prevent any undefined errors, we can put a question mark over here. Now, to be able to change the value of this whenever we click on this, we need to make use of the onFocus and onBlur functions. Now, initially get the functions from the formic component, and then we come back here to toggle the value based on what we receive. So first, let's go to the login file and use the formic component. Over here, we start by bringing in formic. So we import formic from formic. Now below the regular text, we'll put formic there. We'll pass a few properties to formic, and the first one is initial values. This is a set of values for the input fields that we'll be having. For the login, we'll just have email and password. And the initial values for both will be null. Inside the formic component here, we want to pass an object. And inside the object here, we have a function which returns all our input fields. Over here, we make use of the fragment to wrap all our input fields. The first one we have is our style text input here. So we copy and paste it. Or actually, we just cut it and paste it. In the function here, we receive a few properties from formic. So from this, we want to destructure some of them. The first one I want to destructure is the handle change function. Also, we need the handle blur function. Also, we need a handle submit function. And after that, we need the values. And lastly, we need the submitting property. We'll make use of the submit properties later, but for the rest, we'll pass it to the style text input. So for the first one, we'll pass handle change to the onChange text property. And as an argument to this, we'll pass the name of the input field, which is the email. This value must be equal to a property that we've defined over here. After that, we'll use the handle blur. Next, we want to pass a value to the input field. And for the actual value, we'll target the email property of the values. With that done, let's continue our work in the style text input component. So over here, we create custom functions for the onBlur and onFocus. So first, let's create for onBlur. In this function, the first thing we'll do is to call the onBlur property that we received from formic. So we'll get that from the props property. We'll just call it like so. And right after that, we want to set the value of our input background to primary. This is because onBlur happens when our input field loses focus. So when we enter the input field and leave, we have blurred the input field. Now we'll create a similar one for when our input field is in focus. So we copy and paste this. we change the function name to onFocus. And for the function we call, we'll call the onFocus function. Now for the background color over here, we'll set it to our secondary color. Now to get these functions to work, we'll pass them to the input field we have over here. So for the onBlur function, we'll pass it to the onBlur property. And then we'll do same for the onFocus. Now when we select our input fields, the background should be highlighted. And as you can see, the color changes. And when we leave, it goes back to the default. Now the last thing we need to do here is to handle our password input fields. So for that, it starts in the login file once again. So let's go back to the login file. In the login file, when you have an input field which is a password field, we want to pass an extra property which is its password and set the value to true. So for the text input here, let's copy and paste it. To have some more space between the input fields, let's add a style property and give it some margin at the bottom. And we'll do same for the other field. Now let's change the email properties to password. For the icon, we'll change it to a lock open icon. And for the placeholder, we'll change it to a set of 8 asterisks. Now for the keyboard type, we'll get rid of it. And for the unchanged text, we'll pass the password property instead. And the same for the onBlur property. For the value as well, we'll change it to values.password. Now our last property that we need to pass, which we talked about, is the isPassword property. So for that, we'll pass isPassword and set the value to true. Just like so. Now we'll continue in the text input component. The first thing we need to do here is to destructure the isPassword property. So right after the label, we take in isPassword. What we are going to do with this value is that when we have isPassword, we first want to hide the value of the input field, and also we want to display an icon at the right side of the password field. So for toggling the visibility of the input field, we'll need a state for that. So let's create another state, and for this one, we'll call it hide password. So that will just be below the input background state. So we can just copy and paste it. For the initial value, we'll set it to true. As you can see here, the value for the password field is not hidden yet. So scrolling down to the input field, we'll use the secure text entry property. For this, we want to make a check for the isPassword property. Whenever that is available, we want to pass the hide password property. This should make sure that our password field has hidden input values. Now to be able to toggle the value to be visible or not, we are going to use the icon that we'll put on our right side here. So let's go to the top and create a component for the right icon. This will be similar to the left icon, so we copy and paste it. and we'll change the name of the icon to right icon. But in this case, since we need something that we can click on, we need to change the view here to a touchable opacity. And also, we don't need the border at the right side, so we can get rid of the border properties. Now back to the text input component, we can display the right icon if we have the isPassword property to be true. Once again, we make use of the material community icons here. So we can copy and paste it here. For the name of the icon, we don't expect to receive it as a property, but we want to toggle between two values to show an eye that is closed and an eye that is open. And for that, we'll make use of the hide password here to toggle between those two values. So we make a boolean check for the hide password property. If the value is true, we want to return the eye off icon. Otherwise, we want to return just the eye. Now we can see that the icon is on top of the password. That is because we didn't change the position value of the right icon. So over here, instead of left, we change the value to right. And this should fix it. Good. Now for the size of the icon, we stick to the 30, and for the color, let's change it to the tertiary color. Now using the onPress property, we want to handle when the icon is pressed on. So for that, we'll pass the onPress property to the right icon. For this function, we want to call the setHidePassword method. And for the value, we want to negate the value of the hide password. So if the hide password is true, clicking on the eye icon will set it to false and vice versa. And this can be demonstrated by clicking on it. Yeah, that's good. Now that should do it for the style text input. Now right below our password input field, we want to have a section here which displays our error messages. And for that, we'll create a text component for it and call it message box. So in the text directory, we'll create a component for message box. This will be very similar to the small text component. So we copy the content of the small text component. In the message box, we'll first change the name of the component to message box. After that, we'll change the alignment of the text to the center. Now for the color of the text, we want to toggle between a green and a red color. In our colors, we define this as success and fail. Now to be able to toggle between these values, we expect to receive a success property whenever the message box is used. So in the style text component here, we can make use of the props to extract the success property. Now if the success value is true, we want to return our success color. Otherwise, we want to return our fail color. Now these colors are not here yet, so we import it from the colors. That is all we need to do for this file. So back on the login page, we bring in a message box. Now for using the message box, we need to have a few states. The first one will be the actual message, and the second one will be whether the message is a success message or not. So let's bring in new state from React. For the initial value of the message, we set it to an empty string. Let's copy and paste this for the next state. Now for this, we'll set the initial value to false because most of the time, the messages that will be displayed are error messages and those are not success messages. With that done, we use the message box just below the password field. For the value, we'll put the message there. And if there is nothing in the message, we'll return a string with a white space in it. The white space is very important because it keeps the shape of the message box. If we don't have it and there is no message for the message box, the space for the message box will disappear, and when there is a message, it will appear and the other components will have to move out of the way for the message to be displayed. I hope that makes sense. Now we want to give the message box a margin at the bottom as well, so we can copy that from the text input. Also, we want to pass the success property to it. So we input some message here, we can see how it looks. Now just after the message box, we will need a button. And the button will be a component as well. So in the components directory, we'll create another directory for buttons. The first one that we'll create will be a regular button. So we create a file for that as well. Just like we did for the other files, let's copy the main container content. With that done, we change the name of the component. Now because this is a button, we need something that is pressable. So for the styled view that we have over here, we convert it to a touchable opacity. Now for the properties, we get rid of the flex and also the padding at the top. For the padding we have over here, we change the value to 15 pixels. Also for the background color, we change it to our accent color. And then we can take it from our colors. Now to help this make a bit more of sense, let's change the name to button view. Just like so. Once again, to be able to see the progress of the button, let's import the button on the login page and use it. So back on the login page, we import the regular button. And just below the message, we put the regular button. For the value, we will put login. And we'll handle the other properties later. This error will be cleared in the button. So let's go back to the button component. So over here, we'll need a text component to display the text of our button. So let's import the regular text that we created. Now in the button view, we make use of the regular text. And this will wrap the children property. Now let's continue with the styling of the button view. Next, we want to add a width property and set the value to 100%. After that, we want to give it a justify content of center. This will ensure that the content of it will be in the middle vertically. Also, we align the items to the center. And this will ensure that the content will be in the middle along the horizontal line. Now we want to give it a border radius of 10 pixels. And this will curve the edges a bit. Lastly, we want to give it a height of 60 pixels. This is just for it to match the input fields. Now every button needs a function that will be called whenever it is pressed on. And for this button, we expect to receive that function as a property. So for the onPress property, we will set the value to the onPress property from the props. Also for the color of the text, we want to change it to the primary color. So to do that, we make use of the style property. Now there is a situation here. When we pass a style property outside this regular button component, that is if you call the login button elsewhere and apply some style properties to it, the only component that will be receiving it is the button view here, and the regular text here will not receive any of the properties. So we want to assign a special style property to it, and we'll call it text style. So for this to take effect, we need to convert the style property here to an array. Once we have it like so, we can spread the text style property in addition to the color property that we have over here. The text style should be in an object as well. And now we are good. So at the top, we can get rid of the status bar height over here, and that's all we need to do for the regular button. Now back on the login page, when we click on the button and something is happening in the background, we want to show some form of activity. And to do that, we make use of an activity indicator. So let's import that from React Native. We import this from React Native. Now we scroll down back to where we have our button. Now let's copy and paste our regular button and put the activity indicator in it. We'll give it a size value of small. And we'll give it a color of our primary color. I don't think we have our colors in here yet, so we need to bring in our colors. And we can get the colors from one of the components. When we bring it here, we need to adjust the path to ensure that it is pointing to the right file. And we just need the primary color. Now we can assign the primary color to the activity indicator with no problem. So we can refresh so that we can see what it looks like. Now we have both buttons here, and we need some kind of logic to know when to display each one of them. So to help us do this, Formic comes with this property known as isSubmitting. The value of this changes to true whenever we submit our form, so this can help us here. So whenever isSubmitting is false, we want to display our regular button. Now we can copy and paste this. And then we replace the regular button here with this button that we have over here. Now one important thing we need to do is that we need to disable this button. So for the second one, we need to set disable to true. And we need to negate the submitting of the first one. Also, for our standard login button, we need to handle the onPress property over here. And for the value, we'll pass the handle submit that we received from Formic. That is the value that we received over here. It is a function. With that done, we need to do a few more things. Scrolling back to the top where we have the Formic component, we want to make this a bit easier when we want to connect it to a backend. So in addition to the initial values property, we target an onSubmit property. This will be a function. This function receives a first argument, which is the values from our input field. Also, it receives a set of functions as a second argument, and from this, we want to destructure the setSubmitting function. This is the function that we can use to change the value of the submitting property. Now, based on the values that we have over here, we want to make a quick check to ensure that our input fields are not empty. Whenever that is the case, we want to set a message and set submitting to false. Remember, this is the message that will be displayed by our box over here. In the situation where we have something in our input fields, we want to proceed. And in that case, we want to create a function outside of this Formic component for handling that. Let's say we call that function handle login. And for this function, we'll pass the values and also the setSubmitting function. Right at the top of the return here, we can declare that function. For the function, we can make it an async one. And also for the properties, we expect to receive our values, which we can call our credentials. And then we receive the setSubmitting function. Let's ensure that we get the async correct. Now in this function, we want to open a try-catch block. Now in the try block, when we first enter this, we want to clear any message that we have. So we set our message to null. And right after that, we can make a call to the backend. If the login is successful, we can then move to our next page. And after everything, we want to set submitting to false. In the situation of an error, we want to set a message once again. So we can display something like login failed. And if there is an actual error message, we can concatenate it over here. And once we are done with that, we can set submitting to false again. What we've done here will make it so easy to connect to a backend. Now we can see that when we click on the login over here, we get an error message that all the input fields are supposed to be filled. Now the last thing we'll do on this page is to display links to the sign up page and also the forgot password page. And for the design of this, we don't want to put the big button here. We want to just display some text over here. So for that, we'll need a text that can be pressed on. So let's go to the text component and create a pressable text. To kickstart this, let's copy the content of the regular button. And then we can change the regular button to pressable text. Now, starting from the button view that we have over here, we want to change the name to a styled pressable instead. And also, for the actual components, we want to change this to a pressable. We get rid of all the properties over here and give it a padding vertical of 5 pixels. And also we set align self to center. For the text that is used, we want to change this to the small text. So we import the small text instead. And then we can replace the regular text with the small text. For the style property too, I don't need all this. So I can get rid of the array and just keep the color. And for the color, I'll change the value to the accent color. And now I can get rid of the primary color here, and that should do it for the pressable text. Now back on the login page, we can then bring in the pressable text. Now we just put the pressable text below the regular button. The first one will be new account sign up. And we can copy and paste this. And the second value will be forgot password. Now I want these two values here to be displayed horizontally on the same line. So I'll quickly create another component which I can use to wrap this. This will be a container. So under the containers, I'll create another component. And I'll call this row container. Once again for this, I'll copy the content of the main container. I can then change the name to row container. For the styled view, I can get rid of all the properties here and also get rid of the status bar height. Also, I don't need the color here as well. The first property I'll give my styled view is a flex direction. I'll give this a flex direction of row. After that, I'll justify my content and give it a space between. This will ensure that when it is used, the content will be adjusted and there will be a space between the two texts. Next, I'll align the items to the center. And lastly, I want to give it a margin at the top of 15 pixels. That should do it for the row container. And then we can go back to the login page and import the row container. Now all we need to do is to wrap the row container around our two pressable text. So I can cut the two of them and paste it in the row container. And just like that, our text is looking as we want. Yeah, simple and easy. Now because these pressable texts are essentially buttons, they need onPress properties. So we can put some placeholder onPress functions for them. You can copy and paste this for the second button as well. This basically concludes the work for the login page for now. Now we move to the next page, which is the sign up page. And with the work that we've done on the login page, it should be much easier to create that page. So under the screens directory, we'll create another file for sign up. For the content, we'll first copy the content of the login file and paste it in it. Now to be able to see the output of this, let's go to the app.js file and import the sign up file. So in the app.js, we can just replace the login import here with sign up. Now we can replace the login component here with sign up as well. Good. Now back on the sign up page, we change the name of the component. With that done, let's duplicate our input fields. First, we'll copy and paste the email field. And then we'll do same for the password field. Starting from the top, we'll change the first input field to a full name field. So for the label, we'll change it to full name. And then for the icon, we'll change it to account. Also for the placeholder, we'll change it to a name. For the keyboard type, we will not need it over here. Now for the handle change, we'll pass it full name instead. And also for the umbrella, we pass it full name. Now for the value, we'll change it to full name as well. Now the email field will stay the same, and then we change the second password field. For this, we'll change the label to confirm password. And also for the icon, it will stay the same. Now for the unchanged text, we'll change the name to confirm password. And that will be the same for the umbrella, so we can copy and paste it. And also for the value. Now since we have a lot of input fields on this page, we can decrease the margin at the bottom of each of them to 15 instead. Now for the new values that we introduced, we need to set them in the initial values of formic. So in addition to email, we add the full name. And also the confirm password. Also in the check for empty fields, we need to add these new values. So once again, we can copy and paste this. After the password, we can bring our all sign and then paste it. Now we can change this to full name and the last one to confirm password. Also, since we have two password fields, we can make a check here to see if they are equal. This will be similar to the first if statement, so we can copy it and paste it. And this will be else if. So over here, we check if they are not equal. So if they are not equal, we set a message that the passwords do not match. And after that, we can set submit into false. Now over here, if everything is okay, we want to handle the sign up. So we change the name of the function to sign up. and also we look for the function and update the name. Now everything will stay the same, and in the catch block we'll change this to sign up field. Now moving to where we have our buttons, we change the button value to sign up. Also, for the links that we have below the button, on the sign up page we'll need just one, and that will be a link to the login page. So we can get rid of one and change the content of the other to point to the sign in page. Now to position this in the center, we can get rid of the row container component. Now we see that the text is a bit too close to the button, so we can give it some vertical padding, and we'll do that through the style property. So in the style, we'll give it a padding vertical of 15 pixels. And now we can see that it looks a lot better. This basically sums up the sign up page. So let's go to the top and get rid of any unused imports. The only unused import we have here is the row container, so we can delete that. Now after the sign up page, we want to perform an email verification. So we need an email verification page. For this, we'll create another file under the screens and call it email verification. For this as well, we can copy and paste the content of our login page. And now to see the output of this file, we go to the app.js file and import email verification. With that done, we go back to the email verification file. The first thing we do is to change the name of the component to email verification. Now at the very top of the email verification page, we want to display an icon. And for that, we want to create another component to make it very reusable. So for this, under the components directory, we'll create another directory and call it icons. In this icons directory, we'll create a file and call it icon header. For this file, we start by copying the content of the main container. Now we change the name of the component to icon header. Now since this component will be for an icon, we need an icon pack, and we can bring in the icon pack from the style text input. So at the top, we copy the import statement. Now for the styled view, we'll change the name to icon background. And we'll do the same in the component. As the child of the icon background, we'll put the material community icon. To be able to see the progress, let's go to the email verification file and import the icon header. So at the top of the email verification file, we import icon header. Now at the very top, below the keyboard avoiding container, we make use of the icon header. Let's pass it a few properties here. We'll give it a name of lock open. In addition to that, we'll give it a margin at the bottom of 30 pixels. So that will be through the style property. Now we go back to the icon header file to continue our work. Now for the icon background view, we can get rid of all the properties with the exception of the background. For the background, we'll change the color to secondary. It's not here, so we add it to the colors import. Now we set the width of the view and we want it to be a fraction of the screen height. So we import the screen height from our shared file. So instead of the status bar height, we replace that with screen height. We want the width to be 15%, so you multiply it by 0.15. This will be equivalent to 15% of the screen height. And after that, we add our unit, which is pixels. We want to do a similar thing for the height, so we can copy and paste it. And then we change the property name to height. Now for the border radius as well, we want it to be a fraction of the height, so we can paste what we copied earlier. And now we change the property to border radius. Now for the value, we can change this to 0.2. This will give us the perfect circle that we are going after. Now we add a few more properties to align it to the center. The first one is justify content. And we'll give it a value of center. Also, we need to align the items to the center. And lastly, we need to align the circle itself to the center of the page. So we use align self. Let's fix the spelling of the self. Good. Now in the icon header property, we need to destructure the properties that were passed. So we destructure the name and also the size and the color. After that, we want to spread the remaining properties. Now for the icon background, I don't want to spread all the properties on it. I want to target only the style property. So I'll get rid of this and use the style property instead. Inside the style property, we will spread the received styles from the props. After that, we will pass the name of the icon to the material community icons. For the size of the icon, we can ignore the one here and make use of a fraction of the screen height. So we can copy the one we use for the border radius. This time around, we want it to be 8% of the screen height, so that will be 0.08. Now for the color of the icon, if we receive a color from the properties, we want to use that. Otherwise, we want to set the color to the accent color. So we first make a check for the color. And if it exists, we'll go ahead to use the color. Otherwise, we'll use the accent color. But we don't have the accent color over here, so we need to bring it in. And this should work fine. Now we are done with the icon header, So we can clear the unused properties and then move to the next one. Now let's go back to the email verification page. Right below the icon header, we want to center the text, so we set the text align to the center. And for the value, we will change it to enter the 4-digit code. Now at this point, we need an input field for our code, and for that, we want to create 4 split inputs. So inside the input file, we will create a component for the code input. And for this, we will call it styled code input. So over here in this file, we need to set up a component, and once again, we can copy the main container. Once we've pasted it, we will change the name of the component to styled code input. Also, for the main styled view we have over here, we'll change the name to code input section. This is because it will be used as a container to wrap all our split inputs. Now for the properties, we'll get rid of everything with the exception of the flex. We'll align the items to the center. And also, we'll justify the content to the center. And lastly, we'll give it a margin vertical of 35 pixels. Now what you are going to do is that there is no native way to display split input in React Native. So we are going to use our regular code input field, but whenever an input is entered, we will display a separate view for it. And for the input field, we'll hide it. But we need to be able to select the input field to accept the user input. So for that, we'll make use of the reference attribute for that. I have a whole video about how to set up the split input fields, and it can be found in the playlist in the description. But I'll still go over it in this video to get it done. So for the next step, let's create our input field, and because we'll hide it, we'll call it hidden text input. The component will be the text input component. Now before we continue, let's pass this as the child to the code input section. And also we can get rid of the props over here. Now let's give our text input a few properties. The first one is the keyboard type. For this, we'll set the value to number pad. Also, we want to set a return key type, and that will be done. This return key type refers to the key that is displayed at the bottom right corner of our keyboard. Also, we can set a text content type, and that one will be one-time code. Also, as I said earlier, we want to give this input field a reference. So for that, we need to bring in the useref hook from React. So now in the component, we'll create a text input ref. Making use of the useRef hook, we'll pass an initial value of null. Now we pass this variable to the input field via the ref property. So we can just copy and paste it. Now we need to pass a value to the input field and limit the length of input that we want to accept. But for those values, we want to receive them as argument. So let's go back to the email verification file. Over here and at the top of the file, we want to start by declaring the length of the code that we want. Writing the name of the variable this way doesn't change anything. I just prefer the look of this for constants, which are numbers. So for the value, we set it as 4. That is, we want to accept only a 4-digit input. Now in addition to that, we need a state to monitor the value of the code input. So we create another state for it. We'll make use of the useState hook and set the initial value to an empty string. Now we need to bring in our code input container and mount it. So we can copy the name and mount it below our regular text. Now we pass the value of the maximum length to it. Also, we pass the code and a setCode function. Now we see an error over here, and that is because we added an S to the justify content property. So back in the style code input, we should be able to get rid of the S. So under the code input section, we can get rid of the S. Now it's hard to see, but we should have an input field around here. Now from the props of the style code input, we want to destructure the values that we pass to it. Starting with the code, followed by the set code, and also the maximum length. Now we pass the code to the hidden text input via the value property. Also, to the unchanged text property, we pass the set code. And also to the max length property, we pass our maximum length. Also, when we are done editing the input field, we want to have a handler for that, and that will be through the onSubmit editing property. For the handler, we'll call it handle onSubmit editing. And we don't have it already, so we just declare it and implement it later. Now because we want to display each digit of the input we receive as a separate box, we'll use an array for managing that. So at the top of the component, we'll create an array. We'll call this code digit array. For this, we'll give it a length of our maximum length. And also, to be able to display something even if we don't have a value, we'll fill it with zeros. Now to be able to display the items, we need some more components. So at the top, we'll first create one for input container. This will serve as the physical boundary for the input fields where it can be pressed on and we can start entering some input. Because we want to be able to press this will be a pressable. We want this to take 70% of our screen, so we'll give it a width of 70%. Also, we want all the individual input boxes to be in a row, so we set the flex direction to row. Also, we want to have spaces between each input box, so we justify the content to be spaced between. Now for the actual boxes for each input, those will be views, so we create another component for that. And we'll call this code input. We'll start by giving this a minimum width of 15%. Also, we'll give it a padding of 12 pixels. Now we want to give it a border, so we set the border width to 5 pixels. We give it a border radius of 10 pixels. And also give it a border color of secondary. Now for the actual digit that will be in the input box, that will be text, so we create another component for that. And we'll call this code input text. For this, we'll start by giving it a font size of 22 pixels. Also, we'll give it a font weight of bold. Now the error here is that we don't have the secondary color, so let's bring it in from our colors. Back to the text, we'll align it to the center. Also, we want to give it a color of tertiary. So for that, we bring it in as well. Done with that, we can go ahead to display our initial boxes. So for that, we'll put our code input container just above the hidden text input. Now inside this code input container, we want to display our 4 digits. But to prevent typing this manually 4 times, we want to make use of the map method. And for the map method, we'll pass it a function which returns the input digits. So we'll call the map method on the code digit array. And for the function, we'll call it to code digit input. Now we implement the function just above the return. When you use the map method, you can expect to receive the value and the index of the current item. so we can use those as the parameters. Now if there is nothing available for the current index, that is if you're expecting 4 digits and maybe you have 2 digits, we want to return an empty input character, and that will be a string with white space. So for the actual digit, we'll target the value at the index of the code, or if there is nothing, we'll return our empty input character. Remember, the code is the state that we declared in the email verification file. With that in place, we can return our code input. Now we need to provide this with a key, so we set the value to the index. In this, we can make use of our code input text. And for the value, we'll pass the digits we have over here. Now to be able to receive a response when we press on the input fields, we need an onPress property on our input container, so we pass 1 to it. We'll call this function handle onPress. Let's move this function up to where we have the handle on submit editing. Now when our input container is pressed, what we want to do is that we want to focus on the input field, which is targeted by the text input reference here. So calling on the current property will refer to the text input. That is the hidden text input we have over here. So once we have that, we want to call the focus method. Now when we press on the code input, the keyboard should pop up. And now we can start typing something. But as you can see, we have our actual text input here. That is because we've not hidden it yet. So to do that, we go back to the hidden text input and provide some properties. We start by positioning it to be absolute. And also, we give it a width and a height of 1 pixel. Finally, we give it an opacity of 0. You can also set the height and the width to be 0 pixels, but sometimes when you do that, the reference works no more. Now whenever we are entering something into the input fields, we want the current one to be highlighted, so we'll create a component for that. So for that, it will be similar to the code input. We'll call this code input focused. Now for the inputs, the look we are going for here is for the border to be just at the bottom. So we can change the border width property here to point just to the bottom. And now for when our input is in focus, we can change the border color to highlight it. For this, we change the color to our accent color. Since we don't have it here, we need to bring it from our colors. Now, to be able to apply the focused code input, we first need to know whether the input field has been clicked on at all, and for that we need a state. So we bring in the useState tool from React. And just below the codegate array, we can create our state. We'll call this state input container is focused. And then we set the value of the input container is focused. This will have an initial value of false. Now we'll set the value of this state whenever we press on the input field or we are done editing. So for when we press on the input field, we will set this value to true. Now we can copy this and use it in the handle on submit editing. Over here, we want to set the value to false. Now that we know if our input field has been clicked on or not, we need to be able to determine the current ticket to highlight. So for that, we need to make a few more checks in the toCodeTheGetInput function. These checks will help us do the formatting. The first thing we want to know is the current index in the map referring to the actual current ticket in our code. And for this situation, it will be true when the index of the map is the same as the length of our code. Secondly, we want to know if we are having the last ticket. And for this to be true, the index of the map should be the same as the maximum length minus 1. Next, we need to know whether our code is full. That is, we are not accepting any other input again. For this to be true, the length of our code needs to be equal to our maximum length. Now, based on these three situations, we want to determine whether a ticket is focused. So for a ticket to be focused, first, it should be the current ticket. That is the first condition. Or this ticket should be the last ticket and our code should be full. When this condition is true, that means we have a ticket focused. Now based on this, we want to alternate our code input we have over here. So for that, we'll create a variable for it and call it styled code input. For this, we'll first check whether the code input is in focus at all. That is, we'll use the state we created over here. After that, we want to know whether the ticket is in focus. That is the one we just created here. If that is true, we want to return the focused code input. That is the component we created over here. Otherwise, we want to return the regular code input. With that done, what we need to do is that we replace the code input here with the styled code input. Now when we click on the code input, this should take effect. Now the last thing we'll do in this file is that when we have all the decades that we want to toggle a state. We'll use this state later on to enable or disable a button. So for the state, we'll first declare it in the email verification file. Just below the states we have already, we'll declare the state. We'll call this pin ready. The initial value of this will be false. Now I want to pass this setPin function to the code input. Now back in the style code input, we'll destructure this property from the props. Now to be able to set this value, we want to monitor the code input field whenever the value changes. And to be able to make this continuous monitoring, we need to use the useEffect hook. So we import that from React. Now just before the toCode input, we can put our useEffect hook. This will first take a function. And the second argument will be an array. Now inside the first argument, which is the function, we want to make our toggling. Looks like my app has lost the connection with the server, so I'll just refresh it. Now we want to set the pin ready to the comparison between the code length and the maximum length that we expect. This should give us the value that we want. Also after that, that is when the components are mounted and we are no longer on this page, we want to set pin ready to false. And that will be inside the return function. Now we want this update to happen whenever the code value changes. So to ensure that, we'll put the code value inside the array we have over here. And that should do it for this component. Now back on the email verification page, we start work on our button. So just below the code input here, we want to have a button. Now we can cut the buttons from the former components over here. Apart from that, we don't need anything here, so we can get rid of the former component. Now below the styled code input, I'll paste the buttons. Now I'll make a few changes. The first one is that we need an extra state for verifying. So we go to the top and create it. The initial value of this will be set to false. Now back to where we have our buttons, we'll change the submitting property to verifying. Now for the activity indicator button, it is fine, but for the other one, we need to still make some changes. So for the content of it, we'll change the value to verify. Also for the onPress attribute, we'll change the function to handle email verification. We'll just declare the function and implement it later. Actually, we can just update the handle login function and work with it later. Now for the button, in addition to checking for verifying, we want to also check for whether the pin is ready. So if verifying is false and the pin is ready, we want to return our button. In the situation where the verifying is false and also the pin is not ready, we want to display the button, but it will be disabled. So we can copy and paste this. So we disable the pin ready and we can get rid of the unpressed property. In that situation, we first pass the disabled property. Also, we want to style it differently, so we pass the style. In this case, we want to set the background color to the secondary color. We don't have it here yet, so we import it. But for now, let's proceed. The next thing we want to do is that we want to change the color of the text. So for that, we'll do it through the text style. In that case, we want to change the color to light gray. Now we don't have both colors here, so we go to the top and import them. So import the secondary color and the light gray color. This should give us the look that we are going after. Now when we are on this page, it means we are expecting the user to receive an email and provide us with a value. But in a situation where the user doesn't receive the value, we want to provide an option for the user to request for the pin to be resent. And for that feature, we want to attach a timer to it so that the user will have a limited number of resend requests in a particular time. So to do that, we will create a component and call it resend timer. But we'll create it under the directory of timers under component. In this file, we copy and paste our main container. And we change the name of the component to resend timer. To start, let's import the small text component so that we'll use it to give us an idea of what we want to achieve. So inside the styled view, we make use of the small text. We need another one, so we copy and paste it. The second one will be to display the time. So the idea is that the resend that we have over here will be a pressable text. And also the 30 that we have over here will be a dynamic value which keeps on changing. To see the output of this, let's import the resend timer on the email verification page. And then we can use this just below our buttons. Now before we go back to the resend timer, we want to create one state for it. So at the top, we go to where we have our states and copy and paste one of them. For this state, we will call it active resend. and the initial value will be false. Active resend in the sense that when our timer is running, we want our resend button to be disabled. So whenever our timer is still running, active resend will be false, and when it is done running, active resend will be true. We'll need some other states, but we'll add to them when we progress. So back in the resend timer file, we bring in the active resend from the props. And we'll spread the other props in addition. Now for the styled view, we'll clear all the style and just align the content to the center. Now focusing on the time first, we'll need a function to trigger a timer. We'll call this function trigger timer. This function will expect to receive a target time in seconds, so that will be the parameter. We'll give this parameter a default value of 30. Now to hop this function, we need some extra states here. The first one will be the time left. That is, if you trigger the timer and as the time proceeds, we want to update the time left. So for this, we'll need the useState hook here. So we import it from React. So we'll call this time left. For the initial value, we'll set it to null. Also for our target time, we want to create a state for it. Now when we enter our trigger timer function, the first thing we want to do is to set the time received as our target time. Once we have that, since we are triggering our timer, we want to set active resend to false. So we need the set function for the active resend as well. So we destructure it here and go back and add it in the email verification file. So back on the email verification page, we add the active resend to the pass properties. Looks like I didn't pass any of them, so I'll pass both the active resend and the set active resend. Now we can go back to the resend timer. Now once we are done setting the active resend to false, we want to convert the time into a date. This will enable us to be able to implement the timer easily. So by converting the time to date, we'll call this final time. And over here, we'll call the date object to return the current date and time. For this, we want to work with the value in milliseconds, so we can precede the new here with a plus to convert this to integer. Now after this, we want to add our target time in seconds. But since we are receiving our time in seconds, we need to multiply it by 1000 to convert it to milliseconds. With that done, we need to set an interval and calculate our time left every 1 second. So for that, I'll declare a variable and call it resend timer interval. And for the value, I'll set it to the setInterval function. The first argument will be a function, and we'll call this function calculateTimeLeft. And as an argument, we'll pass the final time. And for this function, we want to call it every second, so we'll pass 1000 milliseconds to it. Now just below the trigger timer, we can create our calculateTimeLeft. And this expects the final time. Now how we calculate the final time is that we'll check for the difference between the final time we received and the current time. In this case, we made use of date here, so we'll compare the final time to the current date in milliseconds. So we'll create a variable and call it difference. And this will be the difference between the final time and then the current date. Once again, we'll precede this with a plus to convert this to integer. Now once we have our difference, we will check if the difference is greater than 0. If the difference is greater than 0, then it means that our final time has not been reached yet. So in this case, we want to set the time left to the difference. But because this difference will be in milliseconds, we want to divide it by 1000 to convert it to seconds. Now this value can result in a decimal value, so make use of the math.run method to convert this to an integer. Now in a situation where we don't have a difference greater or equal to 0, that is in the else block, it means that our timer is over. So for that, we'll first clear our interval. And that will be the recent timer interval. Right after that, we want to set active recent to true. And lastly, we want to set our time left to null. Now whenever our component mounts, that is whenever we visit this verification page, we want to start the timer. So to do that, we make use of the useEffect hook. This we will get from React Native. So just below the calculate time left, we will call the useEffect hook. Inside the first argument, which is the function, we'll trigger the timer. And for the initial value, we expect to receive this from the component props. So we pass target time in seconds. And we'll make sure that we destructure this from the props. Now when we are done with this page and we move to the next page, we want to clear the interval. So we'll do that by returning a function. And in this function, we'll call clear interval. This will be similar to what we did over here. And also for the second argument of the useEffect hook, we'll put an empty array. Now to see our time, we'll place the 30 here with the time left. Now over here, when you have nothing for the time left, we want to fall back to our target time. Now just for the time part of the text, we want to make it bold. So wrap it in another small text and style it. We'll style it by giving it a font weight property of bold. Now the last thing we'll do for this guy is that we want this timer to be displayed only when active resend is false. If that is not the case, this in 30 seconds will be displayed every time, but we don't want that. So wrap all this in the active resend condition. Now moving to the top, we said we want this resend to be a button. So for that, we'll bring in the pressable text. Once we have that, we want to wrap the resend with the pressable text. And for this one, we'll do it outside the small text component. You can just cut and paste it there. Now since this is a button, it requires an onPress property. For the value, we expect to receive a resend email function from the email verification file. So for that, we can destructure it from the props. Once we have that, we can pass it to the onPress property. But when we call this resend email function, we want to give it the ability to trigger the timer once it finishes. So we'll pass the trigger timer function as an argument. And to do that properly, we'll convert this to a function. And as an argument to the resend email, we'll pass trigger timer. Yeah, just like so. Now for the actual resend text that we have over here, we want to be able to change it. That is, when you press on the resend text once, we want to change the value to an activity indicator. Also, when the resend is sent successfully, we want to change the text to sent. And when it fails, we want to change it to failed. So to be able to do that, you have to make the text a state variable. And once again, we want to receive this from the email verification file. So that will be a property. We'll call this resend status. Now once we have the text changing like that, when we have the sent value, we want to change the color to green. And when we receive the field, we want to change the color to red. So for that, let's create a small component for it. And we'll call it resend text. And we want to base this component on the small text component. The first property we want to set is the color. That will be the default color. We'll set this to the accent color. We don't have that yet, so we copy and paste it in the import. After that, we need to make a check for the resend status. So when we use it, we'll pass the resend status to this as a property. So let's go below the colors and accept our properties. So this will take a function where the parameter is the props. Now in the body of the function, we can destructure the resend status from the props. When our resend status is filled, we want to return a color of fill. So we can copy and paste it. You have to ensure that this is the same value that we use when we go back to the email verification file. So if this is the case, we return a string, and the value will be color, and it will pass the field color. Else, if this is not the situation, we return the success color. So we can copy and paste it. We don't have these colors here yet, so we add them to the import. Now back to our test, we make use of the recent text. So in between the pressable text, we'll put our recent text. And for the value, we'll put the recent status. Also, we pass the recent status as a property. Now we are getting an error over here, and this is probably because of something we did in the recent test component. So let's go back there and check it. Okay, coming back to it, we see that in the if statement, we have double parentheses, so we can get rid of one of them. And also for the condition, I forgot to use double equal sign. Doing that, we should be good. Now we are seeing nothing here because the content has not been passed yet. So let's go back to the email verification file and do that. So back in the email verification file, we want to declare the states. Just after the active resend, we want to do that. So we can copy and paste this state. The next one we'll add is resend status. And for the value, we'll set it to resend. Now when we are done with everything and you press on the resend, we want a state to monitor whether an activity is going on. So we'll create another state and call it resending email. So for that, we can copy and paste this as well. And for the value of this, the initial one will be false. Now we can pass the state values to our recent timer. So we scroll down and pass it to it. So we pass the recent status. Resend status. We pass the resending email. The last thing we'll pass is the resend email function, but we'll come back and handle it later. So let's go back to the resend timer. Now this color here is not supposed to be green. So in the second condition, we want to check if actually the resend status equals sent. And we see that our color is back to what we want it to be. Now let's go back to our test and do a few styling. In the situation where our button is disabled, that is when the timer is still running, we want to pass a disabled property. So for that, we pass it to the pressable text. And for the value, we'll negate the active resend. So this means that when active resend is true, disabled will be false. Also, to make sure that we see that the button is disabled, let's style it. So we pass a style property. For this, we'll make use of opacity. For the value of the opacity, if active resend is false, we want to reduce the opacity. Otherwise, we want to set the opacity to 1. So we can change it to something like 0.65. And when it is true, we want to set the opacity to 1. Now as we can see, the opacity of the text is down. We can further reduce it if we don't like the look of it. Now initially, when we implemented this, we had this text on the same line, but after bringing in the pressable, it moved to the next line. So to get it back in our former condition, let's bring in our row container that we created. So we import the row container component. Now we go down here and wrap the small text and the pressable text in the row container. Once we do that, it should be back on the same line. Now once we are done with that, we can go to the top and clear any unused imports. In this case, that is our status bar height and also the primary color. And this should conclude it for the recent timer file. So let's go back to the email verification file and continue. What we want to do now is to create a function for the resend email. So at the top here, we'll create one just above the handle email verification. We'll call it resend email. And we want this to be an async function. And if you remember, when we called this in the resend timer, we passed the trigger timer function. So we'll take that in as a parameter. Now in this, we can open a try catch block. Now in the try block, when we first enter here, the first thing we want to do is to set resending email to true. Resending email. This will inform us that we are in the process of resending the email. Right after that, we make the request to the backend that we have. And when we are done, we want to update the resend status value. We can set this to be filled or sent, so we can comment this. This should be exactly as we used in the resend timer. Once we are done with that, we can set resending email to false since we are done. And at this point, our content of the resend button will be either filled or sent. So we want to hold on a bit and then we can revert that back to resend. So to do that, we make use of the set timeout function. In the function, the first thing we'll do is to set resend status to resend. This should be just as we did initially. After that, we want to set active resend to false. And also after that, we want to trigger the timer. Now we want to call this in about 5 seconds after we are able to resend the email. So that will be 5,000 milliseconds. Now in the situation where we have an error, we need to handle it. For now, we don't have any message box here, so we can make use of the alert. But first, we need to set our resend status to filled. Also before that, we need to set resending email to false. And once we are done with that, we can alert some message. And we can concatenate the actual message from the error. This should do it for the resend email. Now what we have to do is to pass this to the resend timer. Now at this point, we move to the next thing we want to create, but I'll still be on the verification page. What we want to create is a message modal. That is when we are able to enter the pin that was sent to our email and we press on verify and everything is correct. We want a modal pop-up which will tell the user that the email has been verified and the person can move on to the next page. So that's what we are going to create. So for this, we'll go to our component and create a directory for modals. We will need more than one modal in our work. The first one we'll create is the message modal. Once again, we can copy our main container and paste it here. The first thing we'll do is to change the name of the component to message modal. Now we need the modal component from React Native, so let's import that. Now in the message modal component, we return this as the first component. We'll provide this a property of animation type. And for the value, we'll set this to slide. Also, this requires a visible property. This value will be toggled when we need to show the modal or hide it, but since we are working on it now, we'll set the value to true. Also, we'll pass a transparent value. And for this as well, the value will be true. Now before we proceed, let's go back to the email verification so that we can show the modal and monitor our progress. So back on the email verification page, we import our message modal. So we scroll to the bottom of the page below our resend timer and put our message modal. For now, we will not pass any properties. Now we go back to the message modal component to continue. The next thing we need is a container inside the modal component, and for that, we will build on the styled view we have over here. So we change the name to modal pressable container. Modal pressable container because we want the outside part of the modal to be pressable. So once we press on the outside of the modal, we want to be able to perform some actions including dismissing the modal. So for this, instead of the view, it will be a pressable. Now we'll keep the flex and the padding and we get rid of the padding top. For the background color, we want to change it to something translucent. So instead of our primary color, we'll make use of the RGBA black and give it an opacity of 0.7. So the triple zeros refer to the black and the 0.7 is the opacity. Now make use of this component inside the modal so we can copy the name. And as you can see, it has taken effect on our page. Now because this is a pressable, we expect to receive a function which will handle the onPress attribute. So for that, we'll receive it from the props, and we'll call this button handler. Once we have that, we pass it to the Modal pressable container. Now inside our pressable container, we want to have a view for the Modal content itself. So for that, we create another styled component. We'll call this Modal view. For this, we'll give it a background color of primary. Also, we'll give it a border radius of 20 pixels. To see it taking shape, let's put it in the Modal pressable container. We'll give this a width of 100%. And we'll give it a padding of 35 pixels. 35 instead. We'll also align the items in it to the center. Also, we want to give it some border shadow. On Android, we have to use the elevation property. And we'll give it a value of 5. It's very subtle and a bit hard to see, but we want to put it there. After that, for the shadow to be able to work on iOS, we need to add some more properties. The first one is a shadow color. And we'll set this to our black color. For the black color, we'll get it from our colors. Also, we need to give it a shadow offset. And for that, we'll give it a pair of values. The first one is 0 pixel. And the second is 2 pixels. After that, we need a shadow opacity. And then that will be 0.25. And lastly, we'll give it a shadow radius. And that will be 4 pixels. We need all these values for the shadow on iOS to work. Now I want this Modal view to be in the center. So in the Modal pressable container, we justify the content to the center. Also, we align the items to the center. Now at the very top of the Modal, I want to make use of an icon, and we'll get that from the icon pack we've been using all this while. So for that, we can get it from the text input component. At the top, we'll copy the material community icons. Now back in the message Modal, we paste this at the top. Now we copy the name of the icon and go back to the Modal view. Inside the Modal view, we'll paste this. For the name of the icon, we want to toggle between the check icon and the close or wrong icon. So to be able to toggle this, we'll base our check on a type property, and that's the property that we receive from the Modal props. So we add it to the properties that we received. We expect this to have a value of success or fail. So if the value equals success, we'll return our check icon. The name of our icon is check circle. Otherwise, we want to return our wrong icon, and the name of that icon is close circle. We also give our icon a size, and for that, we'll set it to 100. Also, we will need the color for the icon. And once again, we'll toggle between green and red based on the type. So we can copy the name property over here. And then we'll paste it after the size. Now we'll change the property to color. And for the value, if the type is access, we change this to success. That's our green color. Otherwise, you make use of fill. Now we can go to the top and bring in our colors. And that should work on the modal. Now right after that, we want to display some text. And the first one will be a big text. So for that, we import our big text component. So in the modal view, below the icon, we'll put our big text. This will be the heading of the modal. We want to style it a bit more differently, so we pass the style property. We want to change the font size to 25 pixels. In addition to that, we want to set the color to the tertiary color. Also, we don't have it here, so we have to bring it in. In addition to that, we want to give it a margin vertical of 10 pixels. After this, we want to display another text, but this time around, it will be a regular text. So let's bring in our regular text. So below the big text, we use our regular text. The content of this text will be our message. That is, when you have a heading, you also need a message to tell the user what happened. For this, we'll just style it by giving it a margin at the bottom. So through the style property, we'll give it a margin at the bottom of 20. Right after that, we need a button that the user will press on. So for that, we'll bring in our regular button. So below this, we put our regular button. And this button will say something like complete. Now to make our modal reusable just like how we want it to be, the message property here, the heading, and even the text content of the button, we can take them as properties. So from the properties, we destructure a header text. That will be the heading. And we'll destructure a message. And also we can destructure a button text. Now for the content of the big text, we replace it with the header text. And also for the message, we replace it with the message. Also for the content of the button text, we want to toggle between the one we receive and the complete over here. So wrap this in a bracket. And this will be a string. So the first value will be button text. And then we'll fall back to this. So now we have nothing here, but once we actually use it, we'll have some content. Now the next thing we need to handle is the visibility. For this, we want to also receive it as a property. So for that one, we'll call it modal visible. And this value will be passed to the visible property. And this will ensure that we can control the visibility of the modal from outside this component. Now at the top, we check for all the things we didn't use and we get rid of them. In this case, it's only the status bar height. Now we can go back to the email verification page. Now at this point, we need to find a way to provide values for all the props that we destructured in the message modal. I mean these props. The props that we have over here. So we can copy them and ensure that we have a value for each of them. So the easiest way we can provide values for this is to make use of states. So we go to the top of this email verification file and make use of the useState hook. Just below the resending email section, we'll create another section for the modal. And we can paste the values here for reference. Let's comment them out. The first state we need is the modal visible. And for the initial value, we'll set it to false. So we want our modal to be hidden the first time you come to this page. Secondly, we want to handle the type, and for this, we'll call it modal message type. For the initial value, we just set it to an empty string. The next state will be the header text. For this as well, the initial value will be an empty string. Now we need to handle the message and the button text. They'll be very similar to this. We can just copy and paste. Let's copy the message, paste it, and then paste it here as well. The initial value will be the same. Looks like we are having a conflict, so for this we'll change the name to modal message. And for the last one, that will be the button text. Now what we have left is the button handler. For this, it will be a function. Now in this button, what we want to do is that we want to check for the type of the message. If the type of the message is success, we want to do something positive. Maybe move the user to the dashboard. But if there is nothing like that, or if the type is not success, we want to do something else or just close the modal. So inside this, we make a check for the message modal type. Let's make this a triple equal to be sure. Here we do something as maybe move to the dashboard. After that, we want to close our modal, so we set modal visible to false. That will be outside this if statement because we want to close the modal regardless. Now let's pass these values to the modal at the bottom. So let's cut the comment here so that we have a reference. The first property is the modal visible. And our state is called modal visible as well. Secondly, we have a button handler. And our function is called button handler as well. The next one is the type. And for our state, we called it modal message type. The next one is the header text. And our state is called header text. After this, we have the message. And for our state, we call it modal message. Lastly, we have our button text. Now it looks like we have all the properties that we need, so we can get rid of this comment. If you get a situation like this, you can just minimize and refresh it. Now here's a question. How do we actually get the modal to be displayed when we want with all the appropriate parameters? To do this, we can use a function. So let's create a function and call it showModal. We can do that just above the resend email. This function will build on all the states that we have here to operate. So for a successful operation, we want to take in these values as parameters. So when you want to show the modal, you are required to provide these properties. The first one will be the type of the modal, and then the header text, followed by the message, and then the button text. Inside the function, the first thing we'll do is to set the modal type to the type. So we can copy the function here. Secondly, we set the header text. Thirdly, we set our message. And that will be the message. And also we set our button text. Now the most obvious one is that when you call this showModal function, you actually want to display the modal. So we need to set the modal visible to true. Now let's see a situation where we can make use of the showModal to make the app flow nicer. So we go to our function for handling email verification. Inside the try block, the first thing we want to do is to set verifying to true and not the message. Because actually we don't have any message field here. The value will be true. After that, we want to make a call to the backend. Now after the call, we don't want to move to the next page, but we want to show the modal. So to do that, we first want to set verifying to false since we are done verifying. And then after that, we want to return a call to the showModal function. In this situation, our operation was successful, so the first property, which is the type, will be success. The next property, which is the header text, we can say all good. For our message, we can say your email has been verified. And the last one, which is the button text, we can say proceed. This should do it for the successful part, and we can get rid of the set submitting over here. Now the situation will be a bit similar for when you have an error. So we copy these two statements. And then we can paste it here. The set verifying will stay the same, but for the modal, the type will be filled. And for the heading, we can say filled as well. Also for the message, we can put the message from the error. And for the button text, we can say something like close. Once we do this, we've integrated the modal with our workflow. Now since we didn't use any of the properties here, we can get rid of them for now. So let's quickly enter something into the input field and see if the modal works. Once we press on verify, our modal should be displayed. And when we press outside the modal, it closes. Now when you have the modal and press on the button, we see that nothing happens. That is because we forgot to pass the button handler to the button itself. So let's go back to the message modal and do that. Over here, we need to pass the button handler to the onPress property of the regular button. So we can copy this and paste it here. And now when our modal is displayed, when we click on the button, it should respond as well. Now back on the email verification page, we are all good. So we can go to the top and clear the things we didn't use. This includes the message. And also at the top, we get rid of some of the components. Also, we didn't use the formic, so we can get rid of it. Now we are good for the email verification and we can move to the forgot password. So in the screens directory, we'll create a file for forgot password. Note that forgot password will be the screen that we first go to when someone clicks on forgot password. This page will be a bit similar to the login page, so let's copy the contents of the login page. And then inside the forgot password page, we can just paste it. Now to see the output of this page, let's go to our app.js file. Over here, we replace the import with forgot password. And we should see the output of the forgot password page. So back in the forgot password file, let's change the name of the component. Now at the top of the page, just like we did for the email verification, we want to display an icon. So we bring in the icon header component. So just above the regular text, we use the icon header. For the name of the icon, we give it a value of key. And we'll give it a margin at the bottom of 30 pixels. This will be done through the style property. Now for the content of the regular button, we want to change it. From the user, the only detail we need is the email, so we can get rid of the password. Now over here in the formic component, we get rid of the password data. Also in the check, we ensure that only the email is checked. With that done, let's proceed by changing the content of the button. When the button is not submitting, we want to change the content to submit. Also when the button is pressed, it goes to the handle submit function. So over here, after checking for the value, we want to call a handle on submit instead of handle login. So for this, you can copy and change the name of the handle login function. For this, the situation will stay the same. When the function is called, we'll set the message, make a call to the backend, and if all is well, we'll go to the reset password page. And after that, we set submit into false. Also, if there's an error, instead of login field, we'll see a request field. and then we can add the error as well. Now right after the button, we don't need any of these links, so we can go there and get rid of them. They are both in the row container, so we can just delete it. And that's all we need to do for the forgot password. So let's save, move to the top, and ensure that we clear all the things we didn't use. So we didn't use the row container and pressable, so we get rid of them. And I think that's all. Now after the email is submitted, we go to the reset password page. This is where the user will get the opportunity to enter a new password. So for that, we go to the screen and create a new file for reset password. This page will look like a combination of the forgot password page and our email verification page. So first, let's copy the content of the forgot password page and paste it here. We can then change the name of the component to reset password. Now in the app.js file, we can import our reset password. With that done, we go back to the reset password page. The first thing we'll do is that we want to get rid of the icon over here. That means deleting the icon header here. After that, we want to change the content of the regular text. We want to tell the user to enter the PIN, and that will be similar to the one on the email verification page. So we can just copy and paste it. This is the one I'm talking about. Yeah, this should do it. Now after this regular text, we need the code input again. The code inputs that we created for the email verification page. So we copy that from the email verification page. That is the styled code input. Now as you can see, this code input requires some state and values. So let's copy those things from the email verification. First, we copy the set of values over here. And then on the reset password page, we paste it below the message. That is over here. We are still not okay since we need to import the styled code input itself. So we import it over here. Now we can see that we have our code input here. Now right below the code input, if the user doesn't receive the email, we want to give the user an opportunity to request for a new one. So once again, we need to bring the resend here with the resend timer. So we can go back to the email verification page once again and copy the resend timer. On this page, we have it at the bottom. So we can copy it and bring it to the reset password page. Over here, we'll put it below the code input. Now we import the resend timer component. In addition to that, we need to bring in the state values that it needs. So we go back to the email verification and copy them. The set of values that we need can be found here. That's under the resending email. So we copy it, and on the reset password page, we go below the code input values and paste it there. Now we see that it's looking for the resend email, which is the resend email function. So for that as well, we can copy it from email verification. So we copy the whole resend email function. Then we can paste it below the handle on submit. Now we can see that the timer is a bit too close to the input field, so let's give it some margin at the bottom. So we look for the resend timer and give it a style property. Over here, we set the margin bottom to 25. Yeah, so that looks a bit better. Now the regular text at the top is too far from the code input. So for that as well, we get rid of the margin at the bottom. So we go to regular text and clear the margin bottom property. And it's okay now. I think we have the same situation on the email verification. So let's go there and change that. So over here, we look for the regular text, and for the margin at the bottom, we get rid of it. We will not see the output yet, but it should work fine. Now back on the reset password, we continue. Now in the formic component, we have the email input field. But for this page, we'll need two password input fields. One for the new password and the other to confirm it. So let's go to our login page and copy the password field. So on the login page, we locate the password field and copy it. And then we can go back to the reset password. Over here, we paste the value twice. And then we can get rid of the email field. For the first one, we'll change the label to new password. And for the icon, we want to change it up a bit. So we'll change it to log open variant. That will change the icon a bit. And for the placeholder, it stays the same. And for the unchanged text, the property that we pass should be new password. And that will be the same for all the others. So it applies to the unblur and also the value. The other properties will stay the same. Now for the second input field, we'll change the label to confirm new password. And also we change the icon to the variant. And for the unchanged text, this will be confirm new password. And this will be applied for the others. Now we need to go to the top where we declare our values and update it. So over here, we don't have email anymore, but we have new password. And after that, we have confirm new password. Now this situation is a bit similar to what we have on the sign up page. So let's copy the validation on the sign up page. Over here, we copy from the if statement to where we compare the passwords. And on the reset password page, we paste it. So for the first check, we'll have values.newPassword. And then we can get rid of the full name and then update the second one to confirm new password. Now for the second check, we'll have values.newPassword again. So we can copy the name and paste it here. And also we can copy the name of the second one and paste it here. The rest will stay the same and will still proceed by calling the handle on submit. Now one other thing we want to do is that if we don't have our code over here, we want to disable the input fields and the button. So for that, we start by using the editable property on the input fields. So for the first input field, we pass the editable property. And for the value of this, we'll base it on the pin ready. Remember, the pin ready is associated with the code input. So if the pin ready is true, editable will be true, otherwise it will be false. So we can copy this and pass it to the second input as well. For the button as well, when the button is active, we want to pass a disabled property, which will be based on the pin ready as well. but in this case, the value will be the negated version of the pin ready. Now to make it visually clear that we've disabled the input and the password, let's create a wrapper for it. So at the top, we want to bring in styled components, and we can get that easily from one of our components. So back on the reset password, we paste it there. Now we want to create a styled view, and we'll call this form wrapper. When using this form wrapper, we want to pass it a property, and that will be the pin ready. So inside here, we want to get access to the pin ready value. So make use of the props in the function argument, and in the function body, we check for the pin ready property. So if it is true, we want to return an opacity of 1. Otherwise, we want to change the opacity to 0.3. And after everything, that will be the return value of the function. So we return it. Now we copy the name of the component and we go to the formic component. Now inside the function embedded in the formic component, we replace the fragment here with our form wrapper. Then we go to the end of this and we put the form wrapper here as well. Now immediately, we see that the look has changed. But to be able to toggle this look, we need to pass the pin ready to the wrapper. So at the top, we pass the pin ready to the wrapper. And we'll do that through the pin ready property. Now whenever we have all our digits, the input field will be enabled. And when we don't have them, they will go disabled. Now the last thing we want to do on this page is that when you're able to reset the password successfully, we want to display our message modal. So make use of the modal that we created. This will be very similar to the one on the email verification page. So we go there and copy it. So on the email verification page, we scroll to the bottom and copy the message modal. Back on the reset password page, we paste it after the formic component. First of all, we need to import the message modal itself. So we can do that at the top. Secondly, we need the state values for the modal, and we can get them from the email verification as well. So we go to the top and copy the state values for the modal. Now on the reset password page, we paste it below our resending email states. Now let's bring in the show modal function and the button handler. Those ones can be found on the email verification page as well. So we have the show modal here and the button handler. So let's copy them both. Now on the reset password page, we can paste it below our modal states. Now just like we did for the email verification, we want to prepare for our modal to be shown when we make a call to the backend on submitting the form. So inside the onSubmit, after we set our message to now, we make a call to the backend. And instead of moving to the next page, we want to set submitting to false, and then we can display our modal. So to be able to display the modal, let's copy the statement from the email verification file. In this file, we'll find it under handle email verification. So we copy the statement. And then back on the reset password page, we can paste it. Everything will stay the same, but we'll change the message to your password has been reset. Also for the situation where we have an error, we go back to the email verification and copy the statement. Back on the reset password page, we paste it below the set submitting. Now we can get rid of the set message here since we don't need it. Every other thing will stay the same. Now we should be able to test the input fields and the modal. So first we fill the code input. And once we have something in the password field, we ensure that we enter the same value. After that, we can click on submit. And then we see the modal. When we click on the button, the modal should be dismissed. Now the next thing we want to do is to implement a simple design for a dashboard. So for that, we start by creating a dashboard file under screens. To kickstart our dashboard component, let's copy the content of the login file. Back in the dashboard component, we paste what we copied. Now we can change the name of the component. We change it from login to dashboard. Login to dashboard. Now to be able to see the output of this page, we go back to our app.js once again and import the dashboard. Use Ctrl D to select all of them and then retype the dashboard. Now we go back to our dashboard file to continue. For the dashboard, we want to implement a two-layered background. So in addition to the background that we have, we want to create another background which only covers the top part. So for that, we'll create another view. And actually, we'll not need any of the content of the main container now. So let's get rid of all of them. Now we need to bring in styled components, and we can get it from the main container file. So we can copy the styled view and everything above here and paste it. No, dashboard instead. Dashboard. So over here, we paste it. Now we have the colors already, so we get rid of that. Now for the view that we want to create, we'll call it top background. And for this, we want to clear all the properties with the exception of the background color. For the background color, we want to set the value to dark gray. For the dark gray, we need to take it from our colors. Now we seem to have a problem with one of the imports. I think it's this one. So we have to change the path. We have to precede the shed with the components. And we are good. Now let's put the top background in the main container so that we see our progress. So we copy the component name and in the main container we paste it. We don't have any children, so we just close it using the first tag. Back at the top, we continue with the top background. Now give it a weight of 100%. And also we want to give it a height which is a proportion of the screen height. So to be able to do that, we bring our screen height from the shared component. We want this to be 30% of the screen height, so we multiply by 0.3. And then we follow it with the pixels. Now I want to give this a border radius of 30 pixels. And for it to get out of the way of our content, we want to position it to be absolute. And also, to be sure that the top of this container will be out of the way of our screen, we'll give it a top property of -30 pixels. Now we see that we're giving it a weight of 100%, but actually it is not taking up the full weight of the screen. That is because our main container over here has some padding around its content. So using the style property, we want to get rid of the padding at the sides. The first thing we'll do is to set the padding top to 0. Secondly, we want to set the padding at the left to 0 as well. And lastly, we set the padding at the right to 0. And this should make our background fill the entire width. Now for the actual content that will be on this page, we'll wrap them with another main container, and it will be nested in this main container. So just below the top background, we'll have another main container. And inside this will be our content. But we can see that our top background is no more, and that's because of the main container. So to take care of this, we will set the background color to transparent, and we'll do that through the style property. And this should ensure that we see our background. Now the first thing we want to put here is a big text component. So let's bring in the big text component. So in the main container, we put the big text. For the value, we just say hello world. That is, we are welcoming our user. Let's give it some extra styles. First, we want to give it a margin at the bottom of 25 pixels. Also, we want to give it a font weight of bold. And that should do. Right after this, we want to display some cards over here. So for the design of the cards, we need to create some extra components. So under the components directory, we want to create a directory for cards. The name of the first component to be info card. For the content, let's start with the main container. So we copy all the content here, and then in the info card, we paste it there. Now we first change the name of the component to info card. After that, we'll change the name of our main component. Instead of styled view, we'll call it card view. So we can use Ctrl D to select all of them at once. Now we can get rid of all the styles and style it differently. The first property that we want is the flex direction. And we want to set the value to row. Secondly, we want to give it a height. And this height will be a fraction of our screen. We want it to be 20% of our screen, so we multiply it by 0.2. And then we follow it with the pixels. Now we don't have this here, so we need to import it from the shared file. We can actually replace the one here with it. Next, we want to give it a background color of primary. And also we want to give it a border width of 2 pixels. To ensure that we can monitor the progress, let's go to our dashboard and display this info card. So back on our dashboard, we import the info card. And then below our big text, we display the info card. We'll come back later to pass some values to it, but for now we'll leave it like this. Now let's go back to the info card. The next property we want to give it is a border color of secondary. And for this as well, we need to bring it from the colors. Next, we'll give it a padding of 20 pixels. And also we want the edges to be curved a bit, so we give it a border radius. We'll set this to 15 pixels. Now if any content overflows, we want to hide it. So we use the overflow property. Now we want to give the component a bit of elevation or border shadow. So in this case, we'll do the same thing that we did for the modal. So let's go into our message modal and copy that property. So on the modal page, we scroll to our modal view and then we copy from the elevation to the shadow radius. Now back in the info card file, we paste it. We don't have the black color here, so we import it from our colors. And we can see that it's a bit elevated. We can get rid of the elevation and see the difference. Once we bring back the elevation, we see that we have some form of shadow. Now for the content of the card, we want to put it into two halves, a left and a right one. So for that, we'll create a card section component for it. This will be based on a view as well. For this, we want to justify the content to have space between them. And secondly, we want to align the items to the start of the section. So we use the flex start property. Now we can use this in the card view. So to do that, we get rid of the children. Since we want two of this, we can copy and paste it. For the first section, we want it to take a weight of 60%, so we apply it through the style property. And it will be 40% for the other one, so we can copy and paste it. Now inside the first section, we'll make use of some regular and small text. So first, let's import the regular text. Inside this, we put the regular text. For the content, we want to display balance. For this, we want to style it to be bold, so we apply a font to it property. Also, we want to display another regular text, so we copy and paste it. For this one, the value will be an amount, so we can put any random figure here. But for this, we want to increase the font size a bit to 25 pixels. For the last thing we want to display here, we need the small text. So below the regular text, we display the small text. And for this, we'll put something like a date. Now for the other card section, we want to display an icon. So once again, we will need our material community icons. I don't think we have it here, so we need to import it from one of the files. We can get it from the style text input. So we can copy and go back to the info card, and then we can paste it at the top. In between the card section, we'll put the material community icons. For the name of the icon, we can use chart arc for now. And also for the size, we want it to be a fraction of the screen height. So we can pass the size property and copy the value from up here. For this, we want it to be 13% of the screen height. So that will be 0.13. And also for the color, we want to use the accent color. I don't think we have it here, so we need to add it to our colors. Now this completes the initial look of our card. But to make this reusable, we need to accept all these values as properties. So back on the dashboard, let's pass some properties to the info card. So for the icon of the card, we want to pass it through the icon property. So for this one, let's pass a name of, let's say, chart timeline variant. Secondly, we want to pass the title of the card. And the title refers to the value we have here. And for this, we'll call it balance. Also, we want to give it a value. And let's put a random value here. We can just put what we have here. After that, let's pass a date for the small text we have here. And for this as well, I'll pass the exact same date. I want to display more than one of these, and the easiest way is to duplicate this. So let's copy and paste it. Now immediately, we see that we need some margin at the bottom. So let's start the top one by giving it a margin at the bottom. We'll give it a margin of 25 pixels. Now for the second one, we'll change the icon to chart arc. And also for the title, let's change it to savings. And for the balance, let's change it to something else. Also for the date, let's change it to a statement like last 6 months. Now these values are not displaying yet, so let's go to the info card and make the adjustments. So over here, we start by destructuring the values. The first property is the icon. Secondly, we take in the title, and then the value, and then the date. Also, we can spread the other props. Now for the card view over here, I don't want it to receive all the props, so I can target only the style props and pass it to it. So I'll do that through the style property. And then in here, I'll have an object. And then I'll spread the props.style. Now everything here will stay the same, but for the regular text, we'll first change the balance here to the title. Also for the second regular text, we'll change the value here to the value that we received. Now for the small text, we'll change the content to the date. And after that, we'll change the name of the icon to the icon. Now for the color over here, if we want, you can accept custom colors for our icons. So in here, we'll make a check for color. If we receive the color property, we want to return the color. Otherwise, we return our accent color. Now we add the color to the props that we destructured. Now we've nailed the look of the card that we wanted. So at the top, let's get rid of anything that we didn't use. And it looks like we used everything here. So now we go back to the dashboard. On the dashboard as well, we are good, and we can go to the top and clear the unused code. For instance, we don't need the handle login here. And also, we don't need these states. Also over here, we don't need all these components. and also we don't need the primary color, and then the activity indicator and the formic. Also from React, we don't need the state. Then our dashboard is good. Now the next thing we want to do is to add headers to the pages. And to be able to do that, we want to use the React navigation package. So we need to make some installations. To get the names of the packages we need to install, we can visit the React navigation website. So we can just search for React navigation. We then open the first link, and then we see that we are supposed to install React Navigation Native. You can use either npm or yarn. So I'll copy this and go to my command line. So my command line, I'll first create my server by hitting Ctrl+C. Once that is done, I can then paste my command. This will take a while and you can pause the video till it's done. Once the installation is done, we need to install some more packages. So we go back to the website. Over here, we see that if you are using Expo, we need to make these installations. And also if you are using the bare React Native, you need to make these installations as well. So since I'm on Expo, I'll copy these ones. And then back on the command line, I'll paste it. With that done, we need something else from React Navigation. That is the Stack Navigator. So for that, we can search for the Stack Navigator to get the exact installation command. So we open the first link. Now we scroll down till we see the installation command, which is the React Navigation Stack, which we'll then copy. Now back on the command line, we paste this to be installed. With this done, we need to install one last component. So back on the website, we see that we need to install this if you're on Expo, and also install this if you're on bare React Native. So we copy this command and then we paste it on our command line to be installed. Once that is done, we can start our server again. When it opens, we hit D to open it in the browser. Now in the browser, I can switch the connection mode to local and I can open the app once again on my emulator. Now the next thing we need to do is to set up a navigator for our screens. So for this, we'll create a directory and call it navigators. This will be in the root directory and not under component. So over here, we create a new folder and call it navigators. We'll create a file under navigators and call it the root stack. For this as well, we can copy the content of our main container. And then back in our root stack, we'll paste it. Now we change the name of the component and the export. We change this to root stack. Now at the top, we need to make some imports from React Navigation. The first one is the navigation container. We'll get this one from @React Navigation /native. Also, we need a create stack navigator function. And that's from React Navigation stack. Over here in this file, we'll not need the view, so we can get rid of it. And also for the root stack, we get rid of the props. Now the main thing we return here is the navigation container. So we can copy the name and then replace the styled view with it. Then for the children, we get rid of it. Now in between the navigation container will be the stack of our screens. So to see the output of this, let's go to the app file and then import the root stack. So in the app file, instead of the dashboard, we import the root stack. But for this, It won't be from the screens but the navigators. And also in the return, we use the root stack. Now going back to the root stack, we make use of the create stack navigator to create a stack. So we just call the function. Now inside the navigation container, we'll put stack.navigator. In this stack.navigator, we'll have stack.screen components. The first screen will be our login screen, so we import it from our screens. So for that, we set the name of the screen to login. And also we pass the login screen to the component. With this done, when we refresh the app, you should see the login screen. So I'll click on it and press Alt twice to refresh it. Now the server is not happy about something, and I think it's because of the import we have over here. For the status bar height, we will not need it, but for the colors we will need it, so we adjust the path. With that done, we can press on the button here to reload it. And now we are sent to the login page. Now at the top, we see that we have this new header which looks a bit ugly, so let's style it. For the styling, we go to the stack.navigator and pass the screen options property. For this, we'll first change the header tint color to accent. This will be the color of the content of the header. For this, we don't have it here, so we bring it from our colors. Also, we want to pass some style to the header itself, so we use header style. This will be an object, and the first property will change its height. For this, we'll change it to 100. Secondly, we want to change the background color. And we'll set this to our secondary color. We don't have it here, so we bring it from our colors. Next, there is a border at the bottom here, so we want to get rid of it. To do that, we will set the border bottom width to 0. Also want to set the shadow color to transparent. And also want to set the shadow opacity to 0. And lastly, we set the elevation to 0. All these properties will ensure that on both iOS and Android, we don't have the border at the bottom. Now I want to align the header text here to the content of our page, so I'll make use of the header left container style. This will be an object as well, and I'll give it a padding left of 10. Also, for some of the pages, we'll put something on the right here, and we want to adjust the padding over there. So for that, we can copy and paste it. And this will be header right container style. For that, we want to set the padding to 25. And then the property name will be padding right. Now to always ensure that we come to the login page when we start the app, we will set an initial route name property, and that will be outside the screen options. For that, we'll set it to login. Now we want to add our other screens to the stack. So at the top, let's import all the screens that we have. So after the login, we bring in the sign up. And after that, we bring in email verification. After that, we have the forgot password. And then we have the password reset, or the reset password. After that as well, we have the dashboard. So in the Stack Navigator, we want to copy and paste this. We change the second one to sign up, and the component as well to sign up. For the next one, we change it to email verification. And the component to email verification. For the others, I'll just copy and paste the names. So for forgot password, I'll copy the name and then I'll replace the login with forgot password. And also I'll copy reset password and I'll replace the login here with reset password. And lastly, I'll copy the dashboard and replace the login here with dashboard. Now let's go to one of the screens with two words in the name and see something. So for example, let's go to the email verification page. To do that, I'll replace the initial route name with email verification. If it doesn't change, you need to refresh the app. Over here in the title, we see that we have email verification together, which is not something that we want. So for the screens with double words in the name, we want to apply an options property. So for the email verification screen, we pass the options property. And in the options, we use the header title to change the title. For this, we'll copy the name and then we space it out. And it looks better now. So we copy these whole options and apply it to the others. So for this, we copy forgot password and then space it out. And then we'll do same for the reset password. We copy the options and then paste it here. Yeah, just like so. Now we can save it and then replace the initial route name with the login. Now when you look at the login page, we see that we have a bit of excess padding at the top. We put there this padding because initially we didn't have the header and we didn't want our content to enter the status bar. So now that we have the header, we can get rid of the padding. So to do that, we go to our main container, which we used for all the pages. So over here, we keep the 25 pixels padding and then we get rid of the excess padding at the top over here. Now it should look fine on all the other pages. And then once again, we can get rid of the status bar height over here. Now the next thing we want to do is to add a profile section. And for this, we'll make use of a modal. Now this profile section will only be available on the dashboard. So let's go to our root stack and make sure that we can see the dashboard. So the initial route name, we'll change it to dashboard. And then we can refresh the app. Now to trigger the modal, we will need a button that we want to put at the right side of our header. So for that, we'll go under our buttons and I'll create another button and call it avatar. For the component, we can start by copying our main container. pasting the content, we want to change the name of the components to avatar. Now for this, we want to return a small view that is pressable. So for that, we'll change the style view here to a touchable opacity. And then for the properties, we can get rid of the flex and the padding. For the background color, it will still be primary. And I want to give it a flex direction of column. Also, want to give it a height and a width of 45 pixels. Now to be able to see our avatar even before we complete it, let's go to our root stack. In the root stack, we import our avatar. Now we copy the header style here, and then we scroll till we see the dashboard screen. For the dashboard screen, I also pass the options property. And as one of the options, I'll paste the header style I just copied. Now over here, I want to change the background color to match the background we have over here. And this color is our dark gray color. So at the top, we ensure that we bring in the dark gray color from our colors. Now it's looking a lot better. Now for the avatar that we are implementing, we want to call a header right property. And for this, we'll pass it a function. And for the return value of the function, we'll give it the avatar. Now we can see the initial look of the avatar at the right side. So we can save this and then go back to our avatar implementation. Now back in the styled view, we give our avatar a border radius of 15 pixels. Also, we want to justify its content to the center. And also want to align the items in it to the center. Now we want to give this a thin border, just like we did for our cards. So for this, we'll give it a border width of 2 pixels. And also for the border color, we'll change it to secondary. We'll get this secondary color from our colors. Now for the content of this view, we want to bring in our icon once again. And for that, we can get it from our text input. And then we can go back to our avatar and then paste it. So we copy the name of the material community icon and then replace the child with it. The name of the icon we want is account. And for this, we'll give it a size of 35. For the color, we'll change it to our accent color. We'll get the accent color from our colors. Now this is a pressable, and we press on it. We want to toggle a modal to be shown, and that will be a profile modal. So for that, it will be very similar to our message modal that we have. So in the modals directory, let's create a file for profile modal. And then for the content, we want to copy the content of the message modal. The first change we make is to change the name of the modal to profile modal. Now for the modal pressable container and the modal view here, we don't want to declare them again, but just import them from the message modal. So we import them as modal view, and then we copy the name of the other one, all from the message modal. Now you can get rid of them, but I'm not sure we exported them from the message modal, so let's go there and ensure that. So we see that we didn't export them, so we just precede each one of them with export, and we should be fine in the profile modal. Now to be able to see this modal, let's go to the avatar file and import the profile modal. Now we want to put this profile modal in the same fragment as the styled view here. Now as you can see, the modal is being displayed. Now for managing the visibility of the modal, we want to do something similar to the email verification page. So let's go there and copy some of the values. So on the email verification page, we scroll to where we have the properties for our modal. We copy all of this and then we paste it in our file. So we copy this and then we go back to our avatar. And in the avatar component, we paste this. Actually, we won't use all of them, so we come back to clear some of it. But first, let's import the use state from React. Now we go back to the email verification page. This time around, we copy the button handler and the show modal. And then back on the avatar page, we paste it. Now from the modal properties, we only want to use the modal visible and header text, so we can get rid of the rest. Also for the button here, we want to use it for logout, so we create another state for logging out. So we can just copy and paste this. And then we change the value to logging out. And then this one will set logging out. For the initial value, we set it to false. Now for the button handler here, we will change it to on logout. And once we enter the function, the first thing we want to do is to set logging out to true. Also, we can make this an async function. And then once we set logging out to true, we want to clear our credentials. And then once we are done with that, we want to set logging out to false. And then at this point, we can hide the modal and then move to the login page. So we don't need all these things that we have here. Now for the show modal function we have over here, I want to change it to show profile. The only thing we want to accept is a user. So we can get rid of all the other properties. And then for the value of the user, that will be our header text. So we change the header text to user. Then we get rid of everything and then keep the set modal visible. Let's make this show profile modal. Now let's make some changes on the profile modal. The first thing we want to do is that we want to change the icon at the top here. The icon we want to use is the account icon. And then for the color, we want to change it to the accent color. We don't have it here, so we bring it in. And for the size, we want to change it to 55 pixels. Now I want to wrap this thing with a container, and that will be similar to what we did for the avatar. So I'll go to the avatar file and copy the view. Yeah, this view. So I come back to the profile modal and paste this. Now we don't want this to be attachable again, so we change it to view. And also for the secondary color, we don't have it here, so we add it to our colors. Now wrap this styled view around our icon. So we cut the material icon and then we paste it in between it. Now we want to increase the size of the view, so we change the height to 65 pixels. And then the width to 65 as well. And it is looking a lot better now. Now for the big text that we have over here, everything will stay the same, and we want to increase the margin vertical to 20. For the regular text, we will not need it. And for the button, we want to make it two variants. The first one will be the regular button, and the other one will be when we click on it and it will display an activity indicator. So to be able to determine that, we will take in the login out value as a property. So we first check for when logging out is false. In that case, we'll just return our regular button. So I'll copy the whole line here. Then I'll paste it here. So in this case, we'll change the content of it to just log out. For the second situation, we can copy and paste this. And then we can get rid of the other pattern. Now for the second situation, the content will be an activity indicator. So let's import that from React Native. So in addition to the modal, we import activity indicator. And then we copy the name. And then we can use it in the button. For this, we'll give it a size of small. And then for the color, we set it to our primary color. Let's refresh it and see the output of it. The primary here should be a variable and not a string. I'm sure you caught it before I did. Now it is looking as we want it to look. Now we'll get rid of this onPress attribute and replace it with the disabled. For this, we'll set the value as true. Once we've done that, we can get rid of the negation here, and only one button should be displayed. Now visiting the component props, we can get rid of all the properties that we didn't use. And at the top as well, we can get rid of anything that we didn't use. So we get rid of the regular text and also the black, success and fill colors. Now back in the avatar file, we want to pass our modal properties to the modal. So we start with the modal visible. And we pass it to the modal visible state. Secondly, we pass it the header text. And that will be the header text. Next, we pass the button handler. And over here, the value will be the onLogout function. So we can just copy the name. And then lastly, we want to pass the login out value. Now I just noticed something. For our modals, when we click on the backdrop, the button handler runs. But in this case, on the profile page, when we click on the backdrop, we don't want the user to be logged out. So we need to create another handler for pressing on the backdrop. So for this one, we can call it hide modal. and then we'll receive it from the props. Now back in the avatar, we declare that. All that it will do here is to set the modal visible to false. So we can copy and paste it here. And then we change the value to false. Now we can pass this to the modal. Now at this point, clicking on the button does nothing. So we want to create a handler for it. So for that, we'll target the onPress property. And we'll create a handler for it and call it on avatar press. This will be a function. In this function, what we want to do is that we'll call the show profile method and we'll pass it a user. In this case, we'll just pass it a full name. Now the last thing I want to change here is that for the styled view, I don't want to spread all the props on it. I only want to target a particular one for the icon container, which I'll pass to the style. So we pass the style property. And then from the props, we target the image container style. The image here will refer to our icon. Now with that done, you should be able to see the profile modal by pressing on the profile icon. Now we scroll to the top and get rid of any imports that we didn't use. In this case, we don't have any. And also ensure that the situation is the same for the profile modal. And as you can see, we don't have any unused imports. Now at this point, we want to set up movement between the screens when we click on the links and the buttons available. So to start the process, let's go back to our root stack and ensure that the login screen is our initial screen. So we scroll to the top and change the initial route name to login. Once we have that, we can refresh the app to move to the login page. Now we go to the login file and continue the process. The first thing we'll do is to destructure navigation from the component properties. So at the point where we declare the function, we destructure navigation. This value is available because of the root stack that we set up. Now based on this navigation, we want to set up a small function. We'll call this function move_to. Inside this function, we'll make use of navigation.navigate to move to the screen that we receive. This screen will be a parameter. Now if we want to pass some data along to the screen, we can do that, and for that we'll call it payload. So as a second argument to the navigation.navigate, we pass an object and spread the payload in it. Now this function is ready to be used. So the first place we want to use it is in the handle login function. That is when we press on this login and everything is fine. So after the call to the backend and everything is successful, we handle the movement to the dashboard. So for that, we can just say move_to and pass the dashboard as the screen. Yeah, just like so. Now when we click on this, it will not move, but when you put something in the input field, it should move. So clicking on login we see that we are moved to the dashboard, and now we get a back button to come back. Now we need to set up the movement for the new account sign up here, and for that we'll find it at the bottom of the page. For this, we initialize some empty function, so over here we make use of the move to function as well. For this link, we want to move to the sign up page, and we'll do something similar for this, so we can copy it. Now we paste it here, and for the value, we'll change it to forgot password. Now clicking on the sign up should move to the sign up page, and also clicking on forgot password should move to the forgot password page. Now let's continue with the sign up page. Before we go to the sign up file, let's copy this move to function. This will be the same on all the pages, so we can just copy and keep on using it. So once we've copied it, we can go to the sign up page. Now at the top, with the structure navigation again, and then just below the state, we can paste the function. Now on the sign up page, our first movement happens after clicking on the sign up. So for that, we'll handle it in the handle sign up. At the point where we move to the next page, over here we'll move to the email verification page. So when we click on sign up and we fill all the details, this should move to the email verification page. For the button at the bottom, we move to the login page. So let's locate it and do that. So in the empty function, we'll call move to, and then we'll pass it login. This should move to the login page. Yeah. Now let's try and get to the email verification page via the sign up. So over here, we put some details here. Once we click on sign up, we move to the email verification page. Now over here, after submitting the details and everything is fine, we receive a modal. So this means that the movement will happen within the button handler of the modal. So let's go to the email verification page. On the page, we locate the button handler. Over here, we want the movement to happen only when the verification was successful. So in this if statement, this is where our movement will be. In this case, if the verification is successful, we move to the dashboard. By the component props as well, as opposed to the structure navigation. And then just above the button handler, we can put our move to function. To be able to demonstrate this, we need to put some values in the code input field. Now when we click on verify, the modal pops up, and when we click on proceed, we are taken to the dashboard. Now let's go back to the login and handle the movement for the forgot password. So we go back till we get to the login page. Now we click on forgot password to move to the forgot password screen. Now let's open the file for forgot password. Over here, the movement will happen when we enter an email into the input field and we click on submit. If there is an error, it will not move, but if everything is fine, then we'll move to the reset password page. So that will happen in the handle on submit function. When we call the backend and everything is fine, we move to the next page. So in this case, we'll move to the reset password. Now to create our move to function, we'll first destructure the navigation. So above the handle on submit, we can paste our move to function. And that should work. So if we put something here, we can click on submit to move to the reset password page. So now let's go to the reset password file. In this file, hitting submit on the page shouldn't move to another page, but should toggle the modal to be shown. Now the movement will happen only when it is a success modal, just like what we did for the email verification. So in the button handler for the modal, we want to move to the next page under the success condition. So over here, we call the move to function. When we are done with the password reset, we want to move to the login page so that the user can enter the email and the new password. Now we can destructure our navigation from the function properties. And over here, above the button handler, we can paste our move to function. So by way of testing, if we enter some code here, and then we enter a new password, and make sure that the confirm password matches it, we can close the keyboard and then click on submit. This brings up the modal, and once we click on proceed, it should take us to the login page. Now the last movement we need to set up is on the dashboard. That is when we log in with our email and password, and then on the dashboard we click on the avatar icon. The button here should log us out and lead us to the login page. But for this, because of the position, it is not a screen, and we cannot access the use navigation hook directly. So we need to implement the authentication, and when we click on the logout, you have to clear the user details, and that will automatically move us to the login page. This has been a long ride, but I really like the look of the screens that we've ended up with. We might build a backend for this and connect them together in the future. So let me know if you'd be interested in a video like that. Links to the source code and other useful resources will be in the description below the like button. Thanks for watching.